The night was cold and bitter, he was looking for an inn, when the devil shined before him, showing off an awful grin. The demon spake in frozen and he nodded to the beast. A feast so small the dark one said can make you laugh and feast. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Let me table you and find yourself another pint. Well, the young man said, don't bother, soon I'll find an inn, because your home and castle is built on wicked sin. The devil looked offended as the offer was denied, but still he opened up the door, inviting him inside. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Let me table you and find yourself another pint. I can make you whole, and all I ask of you, good sir, is your immortal soul. The dark one asked, are you not tempted? He said, not the least. For little did the devil know the man talking was a priest. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Let me table you and find yourself another pint.
Good evening, everybody. I am back. It's Friday nights, and you know what that means. We're gonna pick our brains and do some coding here, my friends. How is everybody doing? Is everything going? I was specifically waiting for. I was waiting for the customary kickbot to hit me before I started the stream, and this one came at the 6-minute mark. So again, anywhere between 4 and 8 minutes when you start your stream, the bots come in. So clearly they're looking for it. They're keying off of the stream start there at least. Or perhaps it's something to do with being just past the hour, maybe. Who knows? Anyway, it is taken care of. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all healthy and happy. And all those things, kicking about taking names, getting things done, and enjoying life along the way. So, we're going to pick up kind of where we left off. We had finished the Models Cache for Chapter 6 when we left off. I'm going to make it, the only thing left in this folder is render, but a lot of these things, I was looking at it while I was waiting here. A lot of this stuff requires some changes along the way. So what I'm going to do is, I could do Models Cache. Maybe I can do most of this. I think the cleanups, though, are probably going to be new, potentially. I don't know. You know, we might be able to just do the changes here in render. Let's take a look at it and see what we can see here. Chapter 6, please. There we go. Alright, so over here we have looking renderer or render instance? I think it's renderer. Yes, it's renderer. So they added the models cache in here. Okay. So models cache is there. Where did they put that up? After the semaphore? Alright. So private final models model cache. And let's see, just a tiny bit there. All right, let's see what we've got now. So it's models cache, and then that's got to be set somewhere in the constructor here. Okay. They moved the... That's interesting. They moved the semaphore creation after the fence creation. That I would have missed that if I hadn't looked at the diff here. That's... Okay, I already have that after the fence creation. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting because I believe that was one of the problems I ran into. It looks like they fixed it, but they didn't fix it in Chapter 5. They fixed it in Chapter 6. Just very strange and very interesting. Okay. So then just after the scene render, they're doing models cache. Right, so after that... Oh wait, no, did I do... Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing here. Presentation complete, semaphores... Okay, so I do have to move this down after the fences. Apparently. Let's do that. And... Scene renderer, so we do this dot model cache, new cache. Alright, and then what else? We have an init now. Loading models. Load models. Okay. Well, in cleanup we have models cache cleanup after the scene render cleanup. Which takes device. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it looks like they added an init method. Loading models. Models cache load models. Command queues. Okay. Where the hell is the init method called? Oh, it's a public? So it's called outside of here? Load models. Models cache load models. Why would you do that here? I mean, I guess it is the renderer. Oh, because they're passing the model cache on down the line here. So that's why they're doing that now. Okay. I guess for now we can do that. I just feel like that's... I feel like this is a weird place for this. Just looking at the code right now. But for now we'll do it. Because I don't have a better idea. So so we do model cache load models. Wait, do I still have the load models? Let's see what I've got here. So model cache. Okay, load models. So we got device. Model list. What command? Oh, command pool 0. Okay. Command pools. Get first. And graphics queue. Okay. That takes a list Vulkan model. All right. I don't have a logger in here, do I? I should get a logger into all of these methods because I'm going to need it eventually. Okay. So logger. Oops, that's the model list dot size. Okay. Hey, Tech. You ever 3 printed at home? I learned from years ago. I never set up. Getting 3 Pro. I can't wait to buy a newer one to use to make car parts. No, I've never 3D printed anything. I've looked looked at a lot of YouTube videos and stuff, but I haven't ever pulled the trigger on it. I was like, this looks interesting and cool, but I don't know. I need to know more about it before I jump into it. But that's cool. You know, that Ender 3 Pro setup. That's cool. That's awesome. So I got the init models here. So under render, we have to pass the models cache to scene render. Alright, I don't have that changed yet, so I'm going to do add to parameters. There we go. Get an Elgu carbons on sale for Black Friday. You can print in ABS and hard usable stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah. No, I've thought about it. I haven't really looked at. I haven't looked too deeply into it. That's the problem. I was like, oh, this looks maybe kind of cool, but you gotta have like, yeah. I mean, there's stuff that I can print out with it and stuff. Making flexible things, phone holders and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, at the very least, it'd be kind of cool to play around with it. Even if I don't make anything practical out of it, it would be an interesting thing to just like understand, understand better. I just gotta find one that's newbie centric, I guess. Like that could suffer newbies a little bit better. It's kind of like when you first get your driver's lessons and your parents are like, all right, you can drive now, but we're gonna just I think you need to just get a beater until you get used to it, and then you can upgrade to something better after you've been driving for a couple years. That's kind of the way I feel about it. Like, I need something that I could that's like good enough to learn, but not so delicate as to be broken easily. All right, okay, so I only had one to do in there. Okay, cool. All right, so let's move on to so our scene renderer here. Create shader modules. Create pipeline. You know what? I'm going to go through this in order, even though a lot of the stuff I haven't made yet, like the pipelines and stuff. And I'm just going to put to-do messages in there, so that way I know what to jump back to. And I'll do as much as I can without it. Like, actually, I can pull in the model cache here and then fix that other to-do. I think that would be a better idea, so I don't lose my place by jumping around. They come set up in instant use. I think they print like Ender 3 V3 KE for a cheaper learner. Okay, cool. KE1 prints faster. All right, awesome. I'll take a look at that, because I am curious about it, and if there's, see how it works. Because I know there's a lot of finesse that you have to do with some things. Like you print something out and it just kind of falls apart because you didn't have enough like stabilizing stuff in it and things like that. And I'd be interested to just learn how to do it proper on something that isn't fragile. PLA is what works good with the early ones. Okay, yeah. I'll tell you, settings that most is done in the slicer. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's one of those little side things I was like, this might be interesting if I can figure it out. Yeah, because there's always that time when you're just like, man, I need this little part, and I can't find it online. And it'd be nice to be able to just kind of, or you can find it online, but it's like an arm and a leg to do anything with it. Through all that not sticky and showing and got now all that. Okay, cool. Make the clips and stuff. Yeah. So you're using the well, you said you're using for car parts and stuff, right? So are you? So is it the one that you're using? Is that printing out in like hard rubber, hard plastic, or is it more like a metal, like copper or something, or? Well, once you get a better one, okay. Oh, you're printing in PLA hard plastic now. Okay. Yeah. Because like, I know there comes a point when you just need a plain old CNC machine, right? But I'm guessing you're looking more at stuff that doesn't require that. See, that's the other thing. Is like I know it's like most of the stuff you're doing 3D printing is probably plastic or rubber, right? You can print in TPU. I don't know what's TPU. A few other. I haven't heard that one before. PLA I've heard. Oh, the flexible printing stuff. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get it. There's so many little different there's formulations and stuff too that I'd like to look at. See what is appropriate for what. There's a lot of materials engineering and stuff that would be kind of fascinating to look at, to learn about. Because I've never been good with my hands ever, and I also never had any like shop classes or anything like that. So I am useless with most stuff. So it'd be nice to kind of like at my own pace sort of figure a few things out here and there. It's pretty good. We mainly for ABS and ASA and nylon, all the car parts, PG and more materials. Okay, cool. So how big is that? Is it like a desktop model, or is it one of those like things that sits on the floor? And search for anything car parts, toys, and so much. Yeah, I mean that's the really cool thing is that that there's sites out there you can just kind of go to and say I want to download, the specs for this. I want to download the 3D model for this thing that's available for 3D printing and just and just plug it in. 220 by 220, small set on table. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, because I was looking at there was because I've been all over like looking at all different kinds of videos, and I was watching one where I think Adam Savage from the Mythbusters stuff. He has like, I mean, he's got every tool known to man in his shop, but he had like one of those big, like floor model things, and he was making these giant, model stuff out of it. I don't even know what he was using. It looked like rubber, but I who knows. And it was just fascinating to watch that. People are making car front clips and so much more, saving thousands on car repairs. Many print parts in one material and then paint them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the fantastic part of it, right? Is like we're at a point now where 3D printing is consumer grade, but it's still very, what's the word? It's still very inaccessible to people because you have to do a lot of knowledge transfer. And so a lot of people just, they know it exists, but they don't know what they can do with it. And so no one's going after anybody for the for the 3D printed parts really so far. So you can kind of, you're at that point where it's like the early sort of Bitcoin days where it was Wild West and you could just, mine Bitcoins and never, not run afoul of IRS or anything like that. But I know there's some things like they have controls on, like, weapons and stuff like that. But for things that aren't weapons, like, this is probably the best time to do it before the word gets out that you can save thousands of dollars. Buy one today, buy an enclosed one. There's so much more you can print with that one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those were the ones I was seeing where like you put the spools in it and you put you put the spools in it, you put the tray in it, and then you kind of close the door, and then you set it to turn on, and then communicate with it with the computer, and then just it runs off for however many hours and does its thing. Yeah. The enclosed ones are mid-priced and they start at like under 400. Yeah, I mean that's pretty fantastic. I mean, it would be really cool, even from like an electronics perspective, where I could buy, say, a Raspberry Pi and then just make a case for it instead of having to buy a case. Even stuff like that, like even like simple little stuff like that is kind of my speed. I'm not trying to do anything crazy or outrageous, but yeah, that'd be cool. Or even to take like one of these little mini PCs I have around here and just kind of pull the guts out and put them into something else even, Don't buy a Bamboo. They close their stuff off and have odd security. I heard, so Bamboo was the name of the company. Okay. I heard that there was a company that was like, kind of proprietary softwaring all the things and trying to enforce licensing on people and stuff like that. Yeah. Creality and others have native Linux too. Okay. Now I'll look at those and see what I can see. They locked it up so bad. So I heard that. I heard that there was. I couldn't remember the name of the company, but I heard that it was like, they were just they were going crazy. Like there were makers who were just like, look, you guys are like I can't repair this thing. I can't update the software when I want to. I can't do this and that and the other thing. It was kind of like what HP does with their freaking printers, where it's like, you have to have HP licensed ink, and if one of the toner cartridges is a little low, suddenly it won't print anything in any of the other colors. It's just insanity. Made it so to even use, you have to have it up to date. Not they lock it much more. Yeah. Yeah, that's some John Deere BS. Oh yeah, the whole cloud setup thing. I mean, that it doesn't surprise me that a company's pushing cloud nonsense. I mean, that's just, you know, everybody understands DRM and how much they hate DRM, and so companies are like, well, we'll just we won't call it DRM. We'll just say it's cloud based, and you have to, you know, it has all these features. And it's like, no, it's just another form of DRM. You're just trying to hide the fact that it's DRM because it got a bad rap for good reason. Okay, so C render, blah 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 blah. Fragment shader file, vertex shader file, pipeline. Okay. So scene render. Okay. Vertex shader file. Why does it feel like, it feels like they've spread out all this stuff across all these classes instead of keeping them together. I don't know why the shaders are being defined here in the scene renderer when that's kind of annoying me. But these are things I'll have to change as I get better at this, I guess. Yeah, I guess we'll put that in here for now. So do I have got shaders there. So where's my resources? Okay. All right. Free weekend for Dune. Trying it out. Don't like the PvP side, but it's free. Yeah, I don't like the PvP in Dune either. I try to avoid it as much as possible. And you very quickly hit a wall where you just need a ton of resources just to get the Ornithopter. Once you unlock your first Ornithopter, like, the game finally becomes fun to deal with because you can finally get around everywhere you need to get to and do the story stuff. But up to that point, it's just such a bear trying to, like, navigate, because there's certain paths you have to navigate in order to avoid the worm and all that stuff. But then once you get there, it's like the grinding is what it gets kind of ridiculous after a while if you're just soloing with the grinding and stuff, or just materials. But and then money to pay for basically the rent and all that stuff to keep your building from being demolished. And I still like the world building, and I like the story in the game. I need to get more of the story though. I need to jump back into it at some point. But yeah, it really should have been a single player game. I feel like it really should have been a single player game It should have been balanced for single player, so that you can play the story kind of thing. But yeah, I argue that a lot for a lot of these games. Also, I don't know if you saw it, but Star Citizens having their free week or whatever it is, week or weekend. And for the first time ever, they're doing Twitch drops. So Twitch drop for some armor set. And they just rolled out Nyx. I just fired it up right before the stream and got the latest down. They're like 4.4 now, I think is the latest. And it's I was walking around Nyx and stuff, like it's interesting. It was working a little bit better than the last time I fired it up, at least. So there's that. But I might pop back into that this weekend for a little bit and see if I can do anything. See if I can accomplish anything. But it was working okay-ish. You know, I didn't have the inventory problem I had before, which is good. But I didn't get very far. I didn't get off of Nyx. I was just kind of exploring that whatever that station is called, Leinert or whatever. So I was looking at that. So they've come a long way, but they still have a long way to go. And they just rolled out this freaking they had 2 YouTube videos, one, you know, showing off Nyx, and the other one showing off their new multi-crew ship, the 6-person, I think it's the Perseus. And I just for kicks, I looked on the website for it. It was like $675 or something like that, I think. Some other streamer said this the other day, and it just rings true to me. It's like Star Citizen is basically spaceship porn for whales. And it rings so true. It's just like the spaceships are beautiful, but everything else is janky and broken. And I keep hearing rumors that Squadron 42 is pushed back to like 2027, which doesn't surprise me. But also, apparently, I didn't know this, they're breaking Squadron 42 up into 3 chapters now, so they're going to release the 3 chapters at different times, because it's too big, which is just par for the course. Where's this shop here? Let's see, Pledge Store. Yeah, so, what is it, Perseus? Oh, it did say $675. It now says 7 crew? Wait, is it Perseus or was it Pegasus? No, it's Perseus. This literally yesterday said $675, not available yet, and now it's $800 freaking dollars. Holy! And it's got 1 more crew. So you're paying $125 more for that extra crew slot. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. And the other thing about the multi-crew stuff in Star Citizen is like, if you don't have enough people if you don't have a skeleton crew to run around and manage the ship, you can't use it. So you just paid all this money for a trophy that just sits in your hangar because there's nobody to play with. You got into a verse project then. It's like Star Citizen without all the crap though. Took out the refiner and the reclaimer. Did they really?
I love the power glove.
Yeah, try getting 5 people on the same server and have a crash. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They took out the refiner and the reclaimer. So, wait, isn't that like, wasn't the reclaimer like $1,000 or something? Because isn't that the big capital ship? Or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah, well, just keep your power gloves up for
Oh, it's okay. It's just the smaller $400 one. Even that's 5 crew. You got it early on, yeah. It's a big ship. Yeah, it definitely looks like a big ship. I mean, for 5 crew, it's gotta be a decent size. Yeah, 155 meters. Jeez Louise. That's crazy. I wonder what the yeah. Javelin is $3,000. The Kraken's $2,000. Idris is $1,900. The Kraken Privateer is $2,000. The Kraken is $1,650. Polaris is $975. 890 Jump is $950. Which I think I flew an 890 Jump because they had one of the, like, they gave it to you as a rental during one of the events. So I flew it for like a little bit, and it was kind of nice inside. But oof. Buy a 3D printer and get way more from it than one of those ships. Exactly, right? You can 3D print one of these ships and put it on your desk, and you'll have more fun with that than you will the one in game. Oh my goodness. Nautilus Solstice Edition. See, so many of these are like, they say they're flight ready, but they're not available for purchase. So I wonder if that's, I wonder why they're still here if they're not, I guess. I don't know. New concept, a merchantman, $650. There's no way that's 8 crew. There's no way that's gonna stay $650. That's probably gonna jump to like 1,000 or something. 2,000. I mean, that's what it basically has become, right? It's just like a giant, what do they call those games? They're just like art house things, like museum walkthroughs. I mean, that's basically what it is. It's like, walk through here, look at all the pretty sights, but the gameplay, good luck. For a model one. Yeah, there you go. What's this other thing? Verse project demo. Oh, this looks interesting. So what is it? Yeah, this does look interesting. It really does look like they looked at Star Citizen and went, we could do that faster and better. Because it's got the same, like, aesthetic almost. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, they got a playtest going on? I'm not logged in yet, but alright. After the stream, I'll log in and see if I can get into playtest on that. Yeah, it looks a hell of a lot like Star Citizen. Also, there's another one that I've been looking at that's very, very early. It's Starship Simulator? Is this the one? Starship Simulator? Yeah, this is the one. This Starship Simulator reminds me of there's an Orville interactive game that's out there that you can walk around the spaceship of the Orville. It's kind of like a museum walkthrough. This reminds me a lot of that, where they just kind of took this concept of a starship and they're just like, let's make this giant starship that you can just kind of walk around in. And there's some stuff you can interact with, like like jumping around and stuff, but there's no real gameplay in there yet. I was in it earlier. The ship's just not as fancy. Yeah, it has a long way to go. Yeah, and it is very plain Jane right now. And I don't know what the gameplay is actually going to be yet, because they haven't really shown any other than, hey, you can jump around. And there's a few like consoles you can interact with, but nothing does anything right now. So yeah, this one's got a long way to go, but it's one I've been keeping my eye on, because it's been, they keep updating the demo relatively frequently. Yeah, like July 17th is the last one here, but I'm pretty sure they update it after that as well. Yeah, see, like, they're modeling all the cables. I think they're modeling all the like the lifts and stuff too, which is what the Orville project does, and also what the short-lived Enterprise D project did, which is by the same guys that did the Orville thing, where they were just taking every deck of the Enterprise D and they were like actually trying to make the turbo lifts work and all that stuff. It was pretty fascinating. Yeah, just scanning and stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Icarus. Oh, I know what Icarus is. Yeah. Did this ever? I think, yeah, that came out. Yeah. Huh, Elite Dangerous is $5.99 right now. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Cool. Alright. That's not what I want. I want this one. There we go. Okay. Again, I'll put these in here for now, but I really feel like these should be in a different place. Static final string. Okay. Get that string vertex shader file TLSL. Okay. So they changed the clear color here. I think to they changed it to 000. So I don't think that matters to me all that much, right? Yeah, because they had 0.5, 0.7, 0.9. Yeah, okay. They just changed it to black, which I already had it as that. And then underneath that, they got render info. Then they got the shader modules, create shader modules. Shader module, create shader modules. So let's see, clear value, init render infos. And then we have shader modules and then pipeline. So to do shader modules, and then do pipeline create shader modules cleanup. Okay. Although we'll probably get to the shader module ones right here, but like I said, I'm trying to leave myself as copious notes so that I know what I'm missing easily. So before create render info, we're doing create pipeline. So I'll just put a to do on that. Is that before create render info? Before cleanup. Well, it doesn't really matter where I put it. I'm just going to put it here. So private Static? Yeah. The minute I see static here, I'm like, this probably doesn't belong here. So I'm just gonna do this for right now. Alright, so private static shader module. Yeah, I don't have the shader modules done yet. Void rate shader. Alright, and render method takes the models cache now. Okay, and where's it work on it at? Here we go. So under the vertex buffer, okay, image barrier, begin rendering, bind pipeline. Oh, bind pipeline is a new. This whole thing is new. Okay, command bind pipeline. Rendering. Okay. To do bind pipeline. Swap chain extent. Set viewport, set scissor. All this is new, right? Set viewport, set scissor. Offsets. Okay. All the way down to command and rendering. Okay. So this is offsets vertex buffer. Vulkan models, Vulkan mesh, vertex buffer put, bind, vertex buffers bind index buffer, draw indexed. Bind vertex buffers. So it's looping over every mesh and binding it. Why wouldn't you put this in Vulkan mesh? Like, why is this here? Alright, it doesn't have any... Because you've got all the data you need there. and then all you have to do is just just get all the meshes out. You don't even have to get the meshes. You just go to Vulkan model and you say, you know, bind meshes and have it go through all of its meshes and just do this. Like, what is the point of having this code here? It doesn't have any. Like, I mean, yeah, you have to pass the memory stack to it, but like, big freaking deal. Right? Offsets vertex buffer. Is it, and they don't seem to clean it up either. Unless it's in the cleanup method. So no, these are local. These are local variables, so they'll just get hit by the garbage collector. Huh. Okay. So first of all, all this swap chain stuff, the set viewport and the set scissor, I'm just going to put that in another method, because that is all pretty much self-contained, except you just pass the width and height in for it, right? And yeah, and then it's not used again for anything. So, okay, let's do that. So bind pipeline, we have a to-do for that. So then this is, we're setting up the viewport. So where's my Vulkan, there we go, structure utils. Let's do, I don't even need to bring anything back from it either, do I? Like, scissor is not used anywhere else. Viewport is not used anywhere else. Swap chain extent is not used anywhere else. Yeah, what the hell are they doing here? Okay. So we got image barrier. So we'll do public static void set up viewport and scissor. And we just have to say, I got this filament dialed in for printing with testing, making a linked dragon and see if it prints so it's movable and not stuck and that prints right. Okay. What I got here? What do I need to? I need to just pass in the swap chain. Yeah, I just need to pass in the swap chain. And the memory stack. Yes, let's do memory stack. Back. Swap. Fucking swap chain. Swap chain. I actually don't even need the swap chain, do I? It's a swap chain extent. Just need the width and the height. Width and height. Yeah, so really I just need width and height. Did some threads and it worked great doing one. Test the time to see what you need to change to print more complex parts. Yep. Yeah, no, I get you. You're trying to build up to see what's going to hold together and what doesn't hold together. Have an issue, put the issue into YouTube and find a video on how to fix it and make changes and retry. I know that's the awesome thing about it is that like you can you might run into an issue and then you just like look for it on YouTube and there's somebody there that's got a tutorial all ready to go. It's like, here's how you fix this. Try to make sure the layers bond. Yeah. Right. Yeah, YouTube's pretty fantastic when you're just like, how do I do this thing? And it's just like, oh, there you go. Here's a bunch of videos on how to do it. Boom, 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 boom. Took you on your fourth try to get a good print. Yep. Yeah, I heard that it can be pretty finicky until you dial it in, and then once you dial it in, you kind of get better and better at it. Like it becomes a little bit more reliable. But trying to get that initial, trying to get it to not be just a complete mess that collapses when you pull it out. Yeah. Change a different name of filament. Took only one change for it and bingo printing goes. Yep. Yeah. I've heard the quality of the different filaments too is pretty key. Like you really got to find the right material for the right job. And what changes for what? You print and you make before you try something. Yep. And are you going in and are you just tweaking settings on the machine, or are you tweaking like the model file to help it print more successfully? Find one that works with that machine for the temperature it runs and the speeds. Oh, you mean like you gotta find the correct filament? Yeah. Change the slicer settings. It makes G code for the machine to read. Okay. Okay. So you're using the same model. It's just you're changing the different settings on how it's doing. Oh, hey, Master King. I'm sorry. I see you over there on Kick. Apologies. I've been forgetting to look further over the screen there. Finally switched to JetBrains IDE. How's everything going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Yeah, I switched over to IntelliJ. It was we switched over to IntelliJ at work and so I got a little bit more used to it, and it I still don't quite like the layout too much, but it is a little bit more stable. It has more tools and stuff, more plugins that are stable, I should say. And the dark mode doesn't just break on a whim. I still like the dark mode of Eclipse, and I've tried to find the right dark mode for Eclipse, but I can't find it. Everything's close, but not quite as good. Like Eclipse's dark mode was, everything was very, very sharp, and I have not found anything that was quite as good. But yeah, the plugins and stuff that IntelliJ, the plugins are more maintained over on the IntelliJ side, and they don't just kind of break on a whim. So yeah, I kind of moved over. I moved over at work unwillingly, because they just said everybody's got to use this now, and so I've gotten somewhat used to it, although I have it set for have the keyboard shortcut set for Eclipse and whatnot. Because there's still some stuff there. The thing that bothers me a lot about IntelliJ, other than all the nonsense on either side of the screen, is the refactoring in IntelliJ is nowhere near as good as the refactoring stuff in Eclipse. Like, I've asked IntelliJ to like I've highlighted code and I said extract method, and IntelliJ is just like, okay, and then it does some gobbledygook that doesn't even compile and looks terrible and still doesn't quite work. And then you do the same thing in Eclipse, and Eclipse is like, okay, I'll do that, and it's like, every time I've had it generate something that just plain works. And if it doesn't compile, it'll tell you immediately, like, oh, this, I couldn't quite make it compile, but here's where there's a problem, and then it's easy to fix it, you know. IntelliJ, that's my, I guess my one basic complaint of IntelliJ is that they've never had a good refactoring functionality. Like, Eclipse has always had very good refactoring stuff. And their search, like Eclipse search is pretty good. I finally found how to do like a cross files search in IntelliJ, and it works, but it also, I found in practice that it sometimes just doesn't find things that it should find. Like, I think there's some kind of internal limit on the number of files it'll bring back. And that could be really annoying when you're trying to do a refactoring across the code base that's like 100,000 lines of code. You know, when you think you're done, and then it's like, haha, you ran that search again, here's 20 more files. It's like, god damn. They work a lot like CNC. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, everything's good. I'm making progress again. I compiled the Vulkan validation layers stuff, which took like 45 minutes unattended, but it compiled successfully. And I got that on here, and that has helped quite a bit, where I'm actually getting like proper error messages when something is wrong down in the Vulkan layer. For the most part, I did get one still that was just like a core dump and no real information, but I found out what I did there. So that's helped quite a bit as well, having those on. So I'm glad I did that at least. And interestingly enough, I don't want to jinx it, but whatever weirdness I was having where I'd reboot into, like, this is another instance of Debian running on another hard drive. So I've got like a tri-boot machine right now. And I was having a problem where whenever I try to reboot into this, I would have to reboot twice because it would start up and it would kind of fail to find the image. And then I'd reboot again and then it would find the image the second time. And I thought maybe the hard drive had power down and it was trying to spin back up or something and it was having a problem with that. And knock on wood, somehow it's just fixed itself. Like I could reboot back into this on the first time, first try without any issues. So I don't know. I don't know what that was all about. But it was there. So got through that. I am thinking of, I don't know how well this will go over, but I am thinking of making a video just showing what I've been doing with like with the gaming, like Linux gaming stuff and things like that, and also a little bit of the content creation, like the video stuff. Not because I think I know anything, but more just to like kind of see if I'm doing something wrong or I'm being an idiot about something. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's nice to put like a video out there. It's just like, look, here's how I've been doing stuff, and I don't know if this is correct, but it's been working for me, and let me know if this is good or not. So I might do that at some point. I might do that. I took extra days around the Thanksgiving holiday next week, so I might look at that next week when I have a whole day to myself. See if their 3D printer may make some vids once you get area set up in your shop. Yeah, that would be great, Tech. I'd watch those. Did you go into Steam and search for all the Proton stuff and install it? I'm using Proton Up GT for most of that stuff. In Steam, I installed the Debian native version of Steam, and it just installed everything else. It installed the Proton Experimental and Hotfix and all that. And I just have Proton Experimental as the default, and then whenever I need Proton GE for stuff, which I need it for a few things, I use Proton Up GT to get it, and then I restart Steam, and then it shows up under the compatibility tab, and I just do that. I have been in the command line options for every game. I have been putting like Proton Wayland equals 1 or whatever. I forget the full thing there. And then game mode run, and then command. And I suspect I don't need that, but I've just been doing it just for sake of doing it, and that's been fine. I did get the game mode daemon installed. So that pretty much runs automatically. I don't even think I need to do game mode run. I think it pretty much figures it out, but that's been going pretty good. The only problem I have been having, and this is not a Linux thing, this was happening with my old computer on Windows. I have the computer plugged into a UPS, and if it's doing something particularly graphics intensive, the UPS will start squealing at me like the computer's drawing too much current. So I gotta figure out if there's something I could do, like if there's a UPS that I can buy that can handle it better, or if I'm just screwed in terms of that. I mean, a lot of times it's just I make sure to put like a 60 FPS limiter on in games, and that usually works. Although even for like the last Caretaker, I was playing that game the other day, and I have the limiter on and everything in that, but every so often when I go into the water and you have the water effects, it'll squeal at me for a little bit when it's like when it's drawing power. So that one I haven't quite figured out yet. I don't know if I need to get a bigger unit, or if I have maybe too much plugged into the UPS, or what. That's the only lingering thing, and that's not. I'm pretty sure that's not a Linux thing. I'm pretty sure that was happening with my old computer, even on Windows. So I think it's just a power draw thing. But yeah, and I saw I think Valve released a new version of Steam, of the Steam client for Debian. So I have to see if I have gotten that yet. I haven't done an update in a little while. Actually, you know what? There's updates here. Oh, it's just Mesa stuff. Okay. Discord. I don't care right now. I have to see if I have the latest on that. Because the other thing I had to do, because I was using the native Steam, I had to disable hardware acceleration because in Wayland it was causing the app to open and close repeatedly when you would launch it from KDE, but if you launch it from the command line, it was fine. So that was the only other thing I had to do there. And I'm wondering if the latest version that they just released has like a fix for that, maybe. Not that the hardware acceleration is doing that much. It's just it's a web browser at the end of the day. But you know, it would be nice to have it on. And then I figured out, I've been on my Bazite machine, I had to uninstall Decky because I updated Bazite to the latest, and then Decky was just broken as hell. And I don't use it, so I just uninstalled that. And trying to find the uninstall command for that was fun times. So I got rid of that, and then I've got some older games playing on there, and I just, like, there's one I was trying to play, Echelon Book 1, which is an old game that only runs at it only runs at 800 by 600 maximum resolution. So obviously on a 1440p monitor, it's like tiny. But I knew that there was a magnifier in KDE. I just didn't know the commands for it. But I found it, and it actually works really good. Like, you could magnify the desktop right in the center there and make it, basically, it won't take up the full screen because it's not 16 by 9. It'll take up most of it, and it looks really good for being zoomed in. It's like, oh, this is actually kind of nice. And then I can just run it in a window, and it's cool there. I was also looking at borderless gaming, but that wasn't really working. And then I keep seeing forum posts about using lossless scaling I'm like, lossless scaling does something completely different. And I don't know how that's being used to scale out a window to full screen, but every time I look for it, I keep seeing people like, oh, I use lossless scaling for it. I'm like, I don't know if it works that way. So I installed like the the lossless scaling like Vulkan layer thing that has the GUI with it, and I was playing around with that, but I was like, it didn't really do anything for me. But having this other, just being able to zoom in the desktop just helps out tremendously with those older games, and it looked really good. It didn't look like blurry or blown out or anything like that, so that was kind of nice. Let's see. So I gotta do our viewport. Okay, viewport. Look. Stack. X 0, I guess. Y is height. Height is negative height. Width is width. And depth is your F. Oh wait. Max depth. This is min depth. Max depth is 1F. Okay, 13 VK command set viewport. Okay, so that takes the command handle. Okay, I do need that, which is okay, command buffer. Zero viewport, and then R scissor VK rect 2D all extent. Is width, height, offset, zero, y 0. All right, and then. Okay, 13 VK command set scissor 0 scissor. Right. Cool. So set up viewport and scissor. So we do that. Here. Swamp Chin. top chain extent width. Height and alright, command handle. So we got that. Okay, now this one feels like it should be in Vulkan model. So I'm going to put it over there. Alright, so we'll do, let's see, public void, bind meshes. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like it. I need a memory stack. There we go. Okay. So now I'll loop over all the meshes. So I need the long buffer offsets. I like long 1, but 0, 0L. Alright. Long buffer, vertex buffer, stack, well, long 1. Alright. Models cache, get models map values. I don't need that because I'm in model. I just need to call all the meshes here and do that, or pull back all the meshes. So I just say mesh lists for each. And I don't know if it's going to let me do this though, because it wants me to do vertex buffer. Dot put okay, it did let me do it. Alright. 13 VK command bind vertex buffers. Oh, I need the command handle here. Alright, so that is VK command buffer. Alright, just do D. The 0 vertex buffer offsets. PK 13. And bind index buffer. And mesh. Next buffer. Get buffer. 0 VK 13 VK index. Type uint 32. VK 13 VK command draw indexed. Command mesh. Number of indices 1 0 0 0. Instance count 1, first index 0, vertex offset 0, first instance 0. Okay. Awesome. So that's in Vulkan model. So then all I have to do is just the outer loop, which is loop over Vulkan model and say call bind meshes. So go back to here. We're doing get models map. Get models map values. Yeah, I guess. Sure. So model cache. Get model map. If I use for each, actually I don't even need to do that. I can just say for each Vulkan. Oh no, I gotta pass the parameters. Never mind. Model dot line meshes stack command handle. Right. There we go. There we go. That's very good. And then we have end rendering. Alright. Alright. That's a little less crazy pants. And that's the end of the changes there. That was render. Color attachments. So I change it from attachments to color attachments. Where did color attachments? Oh, they changed the parameter to color attachments from attachments. See, it's crap like this. Like, why didn't they do that back in chapter 5? Like, that's... It's the little stuff like that that then drives you nuts later on. Like, if I hadn't been doing a diff between the last chapter and the next chapter, I would have never caught that. What the hell, man? If you're gonna change the name of a variable, change it all the way back. Color attachment says create render info. Where's create render info here? Create render info. Infos. Color attachment info. So I already named it color attachment. Because that made the most sense. P color attachments. I to list. Wait, what? Oh yeah, because I'm returning, because I'm adding it to directly to there. So I looked at the buffer I, VK render info, buffer I, color attachment info. Stack push, render area, swap chain. I think that's the same. All right. And there's create shader modules, which I have as a to do, and create pipeline. Okay. Okay, good. So then this is scene render. All right, so vertex buffer structure. Pipeline vertex input straight. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll do this as is until I know what's the big deal is. Vertex buffer structure. Okay, where are we at here? So is this technically a Pojo? No. There's something else entirely. I'm wondering if that's... Yeah. I'm gonna... Vertexes have to do with the model. I'm gonna put under model for want of a better place to put it, but we'll see. Vertex. What is it? Is it called vertex buffer structure? Alright. Private static final log private static final int number attributes. Position components. Okay. That's good. We got private final EK pipeline vertex input state create info. Final EK vertex input attribute description dot buffer vertex input attributes binding description. Buffer is vertex input bindings. All right, constructor here. This dot attributes equals okay, vertex input attributes description look attributes input bindings vk vertex the binding description one info equals vk pipeline vertex input state create info calloc. Okay. Int I equals 0, int offset equals 0. That looks like a copy paste. Copy paste no think. Okay. So I guess I'm just doing vertex input attributes that get 0 binding 0 location 0 format is VK13 VK format R32 G32 B32 S float. That one offset as 0. Alright, and then vertex input bindings get 0. Binding is 0. Stride is position components times Vulcan constants foot size. And input rate VK13 VK vertex input rate vertex, which is ultimately 0. Okay. And then vertex input bindings. Whoops, vertex input state create info. This type default. New vertex. Binding descriptions. Vertex input bindings. P. Vertex attribute descriptions. Input attributes. Okay. Kind of wonder why they didn't just chain all this together, but I'm guessing they're going to swap these out at some point for something. I mean, it feels like I could just, I mean, for clarity's sake, we can just do unless these have to exist first. Is there a... No. So why wouldn't you just do this, that, equals... Oh, does it not like that? Oh, it just says it might have already been assigned. Okay, what doesn't it like about this? Remove redundant arguments to call offset. Okay, well that explains why they didn't do it that way. Okay. So this is not, I guess the calloc is not returning. That's weird. Something... It's weird that doesn't work that way. It's weird that there's an error. So they've done it this way because there was an error doing it the other way, which is very strange. Very, very strange. Oh, okay. That explains it then. Public void cleanup. So input bindings free. Input attributes free. And then we just want a getter on the create info. All right, straightforward enough. Let's see where that comes into play. All right, so we're on to straight in the pipeline and stuff. Yeah, we'll just go straight down this list this way. Before we do that, though, I want to stand up and stretch for a moment. Leg is bothering me a little bit tonight, mostly because I didn't have my compression socks on all day because I had to go to the doctor and I wanted her to see what it looks like without having the compression socks on. Which, by the way, legs are much improved over where they were just a year ago. Just a little health update, I guess. The swelling is much less now. I'm still exercising and all that stuff, you know, going for a jog on the treadmill in the mornings for 45 minutes. And what I did, the only change of note I did was the compression socks I'm wearing, I was wearing like extra large size. And I thought, let me try large, because the extra large was good, but it wasn't like, it didn't feel like it was really compressing. So I went down to large size, and these have been working really well. Like, they've been really keeping the swelling down. There's like maybe only once or twice a week. You know, it went from like every night, you know, feeling bad, like it's like you could feel the swelling and it's just like, ugh, terrible. To now, like, it's only like maybe once or twice a week now, at nighttime. So that's been pretty good. So it's helping out a little bit, and we'll see. Things are, I suspect some of that is the exercise and getting up and walking around a lot more. And I have, you know, I'm using the standing desk. I try to use it at least twice every day, where I stand up for like an hour or so or two. I think it's a combination of all that stuff, plus, you know, my blood pressure being under control now, for the most part, I think is probably also contributing to it. So all that's good. Just still have to fight the old weight loss battle. That's the ever-present weight loss battle is what I'm fighting now. I'm still kind of plateaued a bit. Insurance companies still won't cover GLP-1s unless it's for diabetes, and I don't particularly feel the need to get diabetes just to do that. So in fact, I'm trying to actively avoid that. So we'll see how all that goes, and maybe who knows, by the time the insurance covers it, maybe it'll be, instead of an injector, maybe it'll be a pill or something. I don't know. Yeah, try and get all that under wraps or settled or fixed or whatever we want to call it. But yeah, so far so good on that front anyway. But I do need to stand up and walk around for a little bit and try to maybe get some of this, you know, moving around helps with like reducing the swelling, because it's lymphedema, so it's all your lymph fluid. It's not blood, it's the lymph, and that's what's kind of backing up and causing the swelling. And the only lymph, from what I understand, it circulates mechanically, not via your heart pumping. So by that, you have to get up, you know, as you do activity, as you move around, you walk around, you know, run, do all this other stuff. The mechanical action of doing that actually pushes the lymphatic fluid through your system. And so getting up and walking around tends to help it go down a little bit. So, yeah, just going to take a little break here, like 3-4 minutes, and I will be right back, my friends. So hang tight and enjoy the music. Okay, I am back, my friends. Okay. So, we got pipeline here, which has got a decent amount of code in it. Build info is pretty quick. Pipeline cache. So I'm thinking, okay, buffer. VK buffer. Okay. Done that already. Just putting the pipeline cache in there. So I think, let's see if we can get pipeline build info, and pipeline cache done tonight. And if I'm feeling really ambitious, we'll get VK buffer done, and then we just have the shader compiler stuff to do. Because I have a feeling with the shader compiler, I might have a few changes there. Maybe not. Shader module. But let's see. Pipeline. See, I can already see right away, like, I don't like the long-winded constructor. So I'm probably gonna pull some of these out. Actually, the rest of it's not bad. It's just the constructor is like freaking, what is it? Line 17 to line 102. It's 80, 83, 85 lines. Yeah, that's unacceptable. That's just plain unacceptable. So I'm gonna work on that. All right, let's look at pipeline here. All right, and then this. So what is this? I guess the pipeline is part of the rendering. Yeah, this is the render pipeline, right? So I guess we'll put that in here. So VK pipeline, I'm guessing, is the ID. Layout is the ID. Yeah, okay. These are both IDs. Yeah, because they're longs. So private static file logger. Private ID, private file log layout ID. Device. Pipeline. Build info. What's being used from build info? Shader modules. Color formats. Text input state. Okay. There's a couple things there. So where is pipeline build info? Color format. This is weird. They made essentially a record class without actually making it a record. That's really interesting. I'm gonna make it a record, and we'll see how this goes. So we got okay, pipeline, vertex input, state create info, and an int color format. Oops. All right, we'll do that for now. I'll have a shader module though. This PV file, create shader module. I could do this real fast, I think. Yeah, I can do this real fast. This is going to be, I'm going to create a shaders package here. Do new Java class shader module. Have it final long D. It's I'll just say stage. Like shader module. What are they using here? Create shader module. Guess device. Device, of course. And go trying to read all bytes to path. Module contents. Create shader module. Shader stage. Okay. Um, Path of is that not? Oh, it takes a. No. Well, Java NIO file path objects. NIO file path of. Oh, is this just telling me? Oh, unhandled exception. Java. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I could just say, private static long. This guy loves his static methods that don't need to be static. Like, I mean, I guess he's making it static to try to get the JVM to inline the code, but like just let the JVM figure it out. Like it's going to figure it out on its own anyway. It's not gonna. You can't force it to inline it, so. Nice. Okay, let's just do so this dot handle, this dot ID, I mean, equals create shader module, device, and contents. Error. There we go. And okay, good. What else? So the ID and then this dot stage equals shader stage. Create shader module. Try. What am I doing here? Yeah, no, this is fine. Stack. Stack that stack push. Alright, and then light buffer. Equals stack malloc. Length. Put 0 code shader code emit. Go. More info. DK shader module create info. Malloc stack. This type default. P code equals code buffer. And then long buffer. Buff is stack. Long one. Welcome utils. Fail if needed. VK13 VK create shader module. Device dot get device info null and then buffer and fail to create shader module. And just return buffer dot get 0. All right, so that's everything there, and then a cleanup. VK13 VK destroy shader module. Device get device. ID null. Cool, and then just a couple getters here. The ID and the stage. All right. These are all imported now. All right, so pipeline build info is done, shader module is done. Just because. Okay, so we have that in there. That's the pipeline build info. So we're back to pipeline then. Oh, pipeline helps to spell it correctly. There we go. That's good. All right. So device, don't care there. Try var stack equals memory stack, stack push, long buffer equals stack alloc long 1. All right. Byte buffer main stack UTF-8 main. Shader modules length. Shader stages. Pipeline shader stage crate info. Shader module, wait a minute, shader stages. Shader stages get blah blah blah. Okay, shader stages is used down in pipeline crate info. Okay. So that's why they have it in here. But can I just return shader stages? Build info, get shader modules. Or I could even put it in the pipeline build info, right? And just say, number of modules is only used there, right? Because that seems relatively self-contained, so I don't know why we would shove it into this long method here. Like I could just call build info prep shaders, I guess. That what I guess yeah. I mean that's basically or prep shader stages, create shader stages, I guess would be closer one. Yeah, that seems like a better place to put it. Let's go there. Let's say public EK pipeline shooter stage create info. All right, and then create shader stages. stack, right? Because this memory stack is up here, right? Yeah. Pass the memory stack in. We probably have to pass other things in too, but let's see what we get here. Let's see. Can I do share modules length? Okay, because we need the number in order to know how much to do there. Okay, so int number modules is shader modules dot size and shader. Let's say info ek pipeline shader stage create info and be number of modules and then stack, right? And then yeah, we'll keep this simple. And I'll just say shader or info dot get I this type default stage is oh wait, it's module dot get stage, yeah. ID name is main. Is that the only place that main is used? Certainly looks like it. All right. So we just do TF8. Okay, so we got that in there. And then that's about it. We just return the return the info, right? Oh, it's the yeah, okay, because it's calloc, so it's the buffer. Is that what they're using here? Yeah, it just wants the buffer. That makes sense. Okay. So it's really create info dot buffer. All right. And that's in pipeline build info. So then what I really need to do here is say var shader stages equals info dot create shader stages stack. Yeah, that's a lot nicer. All right, assembly state create info. What is that? Where's that used? Just in the create info? Okay. And viewport state create info. Jesus, there's so many like little things here. Viewport state create info. That's in there too. But those are just used there, right? They're not used anywhere else. So I feel like this whole thing can just be pulled into my structure utils, and I'll just pass in the shader module and the memory stack. Because I don't see anything else here that is referring to stuff that we aren't just doing. I mean, vertex input states. That's it. I mean, that would just pass that in. Right, so then this becomes... So we have the shader is done, so then assembly state. So all we're really doing is the graphics pipeline create info. All right, so then over here, we're going to do structure utils. Let's say public static. What do we do with that once we get it? Create info. Pipeline layouts. This one's gonna throw me for a loop, right? No. Oh, that's go. Okay, well that can. Does that have to go first? It doesn't look like there's any dependency here. What else is that taking? Alright, so I don't need to pull this in. So that's good. This one can stay there. Rendering create info. Yeah, see, I got things intermixed here that are, yeah. Anyway, so we're doing, what was this? Pipeline, graphics pipeline, create info. What I wanted to see was where that was used. Graphics pipelines, and then we just bring back the ID. Okay. So public static long create graphics pipeline info stack virtual device because I probably will need that at some point. All right, and then we'll just see where we're at here with this. What we got? Hey, dumb guy codes. Welcome on in. What we got here? So, our assembly. What am I building right now? I am trying to learn how to make a game engine. So I'm looking at a online book, and I'm going through chapter by chapter and trying to learn how it's put together, basically. So I'm just trying to learn how to do just game engine programming. Yeah, I've never done anything like it before, so I wanted to just try it and see if I could learn something along the way. And I'm just kind of right now I'm just working on like Vulkan driver stuff and whatnot, trying to get all that to work and get 3D models loaded and all that stuff. So yeah, it is. It's pretty damn. There's a lot going on. It's pretty funny because I also have an OpenGL version that I did in a quarter of the time. This one is just like there's just so much to put in here. How many years of experience I have? So I've been coding professionally since 2003. So it's like 22 years. Yeah, my first professional job was like, I think March of 2003 that I started. So it's about 22 years. But I don't do game development. I just do regular software development, so full stack web development in Java. That's been mostly what I've done. I did have a stint for a little while in Ruby on Rails, but mostly my career has just been doing Java web-based stuff. And so I wanted to kind of like flex the brain a little bit and see if I could figure out some game stuff. Am I retired? No. I don't intend to retire anytime soon. I couldn't retire anytime soon. Let's put it that way. Well, thank you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do, like, I mostly just play games on this channel, but every week I try to do some development stuff too. Because, you know, it's having a day job doing programming and then trying to do programming at nighttime tends to be a little bit rough. So I just like, I try to keep it to like 1 or 2 days so I don't burn out, you know. I'm dumb how to become like you. It's if you think that, see, there's a lot of people who look at this stuff and go, you must be super smart, and I'm not. It's just practice. That's all it is. It's not, there's nothing outrageously spectacular about any of this. It's just, you sit down and you just write some code and you learn how the code works, and you learn how structures work, and you learn the basics, and then you just keep plugging away at it. It's like a musical instrument, right? You start with the basics and you just keep on practicing and practicing and practicing until it starts to click, you know? I'm not even smart enough. No, it's not about smarts, right? It's about a desire to do it, right? I mean, it's definitely not for everybody, right? But nothing really is, right? Like I can't play any musical instruments, but a lot of people can, you know? And it's not that I couldn't do it if I didn't put my mind to it. I could, I just wouldn't enjoy it, right? And that's the thing. Like, either if you enjoy it, if you enjoy the learning of it, if you enjoy what you're learning, then you'll learn it regardless of intelligence level, right? It doesn't even come into it. It's just like, it's, you know, it's like muscle memory after a while, right? You just kind of, you look at things and you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Or you look at something and go, oh, that's really cool. You know, it's kind of like that. Or like writing a book or something like that, or writing a term paper or anything like that. You know, like, if you enjoy writing, then you enjoy learning how to write. It's kind of, that's one of those things, you know. It's, yeah. I mean, that's the way it usually goes. You have to mock up things? Sure. But really, it's like, it really comes down to, what's the best way to put it? Like, a lot of times it comes down to, like, there's something that, you know, maybe there's something that annoys you, and you're just like, what if I wrote a script to fix this thing that annoys me? Or, you know, or just picking something that is interesting to you. Like, when I started out, I was very interested in, like, I was very interested in games when I was a kid, and I got my first computer and stuff, and I picked up a book on, like, how to learn game development in 21 days, and it had a compiler on the CD that came with the book, and it basically taught you how to do C. And the thing that fascinated me more about it was that it also went into detail about, like, how the mouse works and how the keyboard works and stuff like that. And that kind of hooked me to the point where I was like, oh, I really enjoy knowing how these things, not only knowing how these things work, but also controlling them. And at that time, it was just, I was Windows 95 and DOS. And so I was doing everything in DOS at that point with the C compiler. And I just played around with it. And I got kind of hooked on the idea of like, the first program I wrote was just like, hello world, like everybody else. And then wrote little things here and there, like little examples from the book that was there. And then I just did little like command line stuff. Like I did a diff tool where I just took two files and as input, and I just opened the files up and said, here's all the differences between these two. Even though that stuff exists already, I just wanted to do it just because I wanted to just see how it worked. I wanted to see what was involved with it. It's just little stuff like that you start out with. And then I was very enamored by file compression. And so I picked up books on like how PKZip worked and all that stuff. And I tried to, based on how it worked, I tried to like see if I could make improvements to it. Like see if I could make my own sort of compression thing. And that never panned out because, it's a lot harder than just something you can play around with. But, it was something that I was interested in. And I just kind of gravitated towards the things that I was interested in. I wasn't really, you don't really have to finish anything. Because, I started a whole lot of stuff that I never finished. But it's the process, right? It's the process. As you do it, as you get more and more interested in various little topics, it just makes you interested in programming as a whole. And before you know it, you've learned some things, because I was like in high school, I was programming and learning different languages. I was learning C, learning assembly, learning Haskell. And then by the time I got into college, I already knew the fundamentals. So I was already ahead of some of the others there because I had been playing around with it. It just comes down to that. It just comes down to like, hey, if you enjoy something, you just, you put some time into it if you can. It's hard to get time to do the stuff. I get that. I had the advantage of, I was a high school kid, so I had all the time in the world to just do whatever I wanted. But as an adult, it's a lot harder to find that time. But if you're truly interested in something, you just gotta work something out, and that's just kind of what I did. And I just enjoyed it. To be fair, I also enjoyed writing, but I was absolutely horrendously bad at writing. So luckily for me, some of that writing was pulled over into coding, because I would not have made it as a writer. That's a definite. So yeah, that's just what it is. It's like I said, it's like picking up a paintbrush or picking up a pencil or picking up a musical instrument or something like that. It's just like, if you have an affinity towards it, you just kind of tool around with it. It doesn't matter if you make anything worth a damn. That's not the point. The point is you're enjoying what you're doing, and you're, without realizing it, you're learning. Nobody, I'm sure there's some prodigy somewhere that, picked up some prodigy somewhere that was, sat in front of a piano and suddenly churned out you know, an operatic thing, but you don't have to. Luckily for us, the world doesn't require you to be a super genius. You just have to be persistent. If you persist long enough, stuff just starts to click. That's really what it comes down to. Assembly state info. Pipeline input assembly state create info. Topology. Okay, 13 VK primitive topology triangle list. All right. Import state create info. I'll look. Oops. Stack. What else is this? Viewport count 1, scissor count 1. Scissor count 1. Awesome. Like half of this I don't even really understand yet, but just the act of me typing it out is just kind of putting it in my brain, and at some point, I don't know when that point will be, but at some point a light bulb will go off and I'll start to understand what the hell I'm doing here. Likely when it has a bug and I need to figure out what's going on, that's when I'll probably figure it out, but hopefully prior to that. VK 13 VK call mode none. Front face VK front face clockwise. Oops, and line with 1F. Okay. Cool. And then var multi-sample state info. Pipeline multi-sample state create info. Rasterizations, samples, VK sample count 1 bit. Dynamic state info. State create info. Look. Stack. This type defaults. Dynamic states stack ints. Okay, 13 VK dynamic state viewport. 13 VK Dynamic state scissor. And color blend attachment. These two are going together. Do they go? Color blend state is the only one that goes in there, right? And this one just goes into there. So this should be, let's make this another method here. Public static. VK pipeline color blend state create info buffer create color blend state info stack. I think I just need the memory stack for that. Our blend attribute states blend attachment state. Attach state equals VK pipeline color blend attachment state. Colloc. This one stack. Color right mask is VK13. Color component R bit board with VK13. VK color component G. Oh, GBA. Okay, G. VK13. B. GBA. Blend enable false. Okay. Or actually just return VK pipeline color blend state create info. Collect stack. S type defaults, P attachments, blend attachment state. Oh, so that doesn't bring back a buffer, that just brings back the actual thing. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So then all I need up here is R color blend state info. Great. Color blend state info. Cool. Color formats. What is this? Color formats goes into there. create info. Okay. So buffer color formats. Int 1 color formats that put get color build info get color format. Okay. So you need to pass that in, which is an int. Okay. There we go. Var render info. Okay, pipeline rendering create info. Clock on the stack. It's type default. Color attachment count is 1. P color attachment formats is color formats. There we go. All right. And then, all right, the pipeline layout we'll come back to because that's not needed for here. And we say, all right, so then this one just returns the law, right? Okay, so var create var info equals vk graphics pipeline create info look one stack this type default render pass is vk14.vk or vk13 vk no handle p stages is shader stages. Where does that come from? Okay, so this is VK pipeline shader stage create info. So we'll just do stage info there. Alright, P vertex input state, and that needs the VK pipeline vertex input state create info. Hey, Xylox, welcome on in. VK pipeline vertex input state create info. Vertex info. Is this C#? Nope, it is Java. Though I cannot fault you for thinking it is C#. Because C# looks a lot like Java. So text info. Okay, so you're learning that too? Cool. Awesome. Yeah, you might as well. I mean, if you're learning C#, Java's not that big a leap, honestly. But yeah, that's awesome. Cool. Yeah. And honestly, a lot of the languages aren't that big a leap either. I mean, it's really, the leap is more functional languages to OOP languages. That's kind of the big leap there. Beyond that, everything else just kind of flows together. You're learning Java Swing. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's I did that back in college. We had a class in Java where we were doing Swing, and that was it was a lot of fun making like little Windows applications and stuff. I made a paint program with in Swing as the final project for the class. And that was a lot of fun. I mean, Swing is it's showing its age a little bit, but it still does some things that are pretty intuitive is maybe not the right word I want to say, but it does some things that are pretty clean and has a lot of other things that aren't very clean. Event handling, what it is fairly clean for buttons and stuff. It's not maybe the best way to do it, but it was intuitive enough. I dabbled a little bit in what was Swing? There's Swing, and then there was Java FX is the other one. I dabbled a little bit in Java FX, and that is it's definitely more modern, but it never quite caught on. So that was a thing. 13, C++, Java, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, a little bit of Python, PyQt5, Tkinter, a little bit of React. Nice. Very good. Very, very good. That is awesome. You're kind of going down the path that I went down. I think my first computer I got when I was 15. Something like that. Oh, hi, Wagantista. Welcome. Yeah, I think I got my first computer when I was 15, and I started dabbling in programming when I was like a little bit later than that, a couple months into it. And that was, I started out in C. I did a little bit of QBasic, because at that time we were talking like Windows 95 and DOS. So I was doing C, like C# didn't exist yet. I did some QBasic, which was kind of interesting. I did a little bit of assembly. Then I did a little bit of Pascal, which is quite an interesting little pivot there, especially with how it handles records and stuff. And then what did I do? Did Pascal, and then I did just the tiniest bit of C++. I didn't really go too far into it because I didn't see the purpose of it at the time. And then I did Java. And of course, there was HTML, JavaScript, all that in there. CSS, still not great at, but I can muddle my way through a little bit. Um, what was the other thing? I did a little bit of Visual Basic professionally. Did Ruby on Rails professionally for like a year. That was interesting, but not the greatest. I did a little bit of Elixir, which there was a streaming website called Glimish that lasted for the length of a Taco Bell fart, and that they were open source, and I contributed some code to them. They were all in Elixir. That was a couple of years ago. So I did that, but yeah. Okay, so that's no problem. Cool. All right. So let's see. Vertex input state. G input assembly state. And assembly state info. P viewport state. Viewport state info. Rasterization state. Info. P color blend state. P multi-sample state. Dynamic state. Okay. Dot layout is VK pipeline layout. What the hell? Oh, that's why they did it there. But this doesn't have any other... This doesn't have any other dependencies, so I could just pass that in. So I can say, that's just the ID. Long pipeline layout ID. All right. Oh, and P next. Rendering info. All right, Vulkan tells fail if needed. UK 13. UK create graphics pipelines. Device. Oh no, you know what? I don't want to do this here. I kind of want to do this here. If I need the pipeline cache, goddamn. Create info. No, okay, so I need the pipeline cache. Do I not? I don't have that on here, right? Yeah, pipeline cache. doesn't exist yet. That's alright. Get device, pipeline, cache, get ID. Oh no, oops. Which I have to declare here. Stack malloc along 1. Just return buff get 0 here. Cool. Alright. Just need the pipeline cache in order for that to fully work. So then back to where we were here. All right, so we had shader stages. Is up there, and then I need to do pipeline layout, create info. So var pipeline info, pipeline layout info. Okay, pipeline layout create info, colloc, stack, S type default. Right. Again, utils, fail if needed. VK 13 VK. Create pipeline layouts. Device, get device. Pipeline layout info, null, buff, oops. And then failed to create pipeline layouts. This dot pipeline, this dot layout ID equals buff dot, oops, buff dot get 0. Boom. Alright, and then we call, let's say this dot d equals structure utils, create graphics pipeline info, stack. What do I need to do here? Stack, device, color format is info dot color format, shader stages, vertex. Oh, it's info dot info. Yeah, and then layout ID. And pipeline cache. I haven't created it yet. Okay. Okay, so then where does pipeline cache come in at? Because I've clearly missed it somewhere here. Oh, it's passed in. Okay. It's passed in. So I need to do device pipeline cache. Pipeline cache. All right. So that's there. We have to do the pipeline cache for this to work, but let's we got through the constructor. Let's do the cleanup here. Void cleanup. Device. And logger debug. Cleaning up pipeline. So VK13, VK destroy pipeline layouts. Device, get device. Layout ID, no. VK13. VK destroy pipeline. Device. ID. No. Okay, and then we got getters on the two IDs. Alright, so then we gotta do, let's do pipeline cache here. Pipeline cache. That's pretty short. Do pipeline cache. Rabbit static final logger. Cache class, and then private final want ID. Pipeline cache. Logical device. I'm guessing that's logical device. Everything else has been up to this point. Yeah, I think so. Logger, debug, reading pipeline cache. Try var stack equals stack push, and info vk pipeline cache create info. Malloc on stack Okay. Buffer. Buffer. Stack. Knock long. 1. Fail if needed. DK 13. DK create pipeline cache. Device. Get device. Info. Null. Buff. Go to create pipeline cache. This.id equals buff get 0. Alright, and then clean up. Bug. Cleaning up pipeline cache. Okay, destroy pipeline cache. ID no. And then we just get ID, right? Cool. So pipeline cache now exists. All these should now work. Hopefully. Correctly. Awesome. And what's the error here? Pipeline cache. What's the problem? Huh? Huh? Wait a minute. Oh, maybe it hasn't, doesn't have the import yet. There it is. And now it's got the import. This is not correct though. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, because I didn't finish the thing. Go. Alright, so all these are now done. So then where does that put us over here? So pipeline is done. Pipeline build info is done. Pipeline cache is done. DK utils and this one we don't care about. DK utils I think I've already done that. DK buffer, didn't I already do this? I feel like I've done Vulkan buffer already. Map, unmap. Yeah, so I've done Vulkan buffer already. That's done. So then, the only thing left here is shader compiler and shader module, which we did. Did I do shader module? I did shader module already. So shader compiler is the only thing left here. I guess let's do it. I guess why not? I can probably knock this out here. Java class shader compiler. Okay. Oh, it's a utility. Okay. See, I prefer. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, so we'll do private shader compiler so that you can't actually make an instance of it. There you go. Alright, public static byte compile shader code type. I don't. What? Shouldn't this just be a enum? What are the different types? Oh, it's getting passed into that. Okay. Fine. Okay. So we're not actually handling it ourselves, but all right. So compiler options 0. Compiler initialize long. Options initialize. Okay. Debug shaders. Okay. I'm going to pass in the debug shaders thing. Boolean debug shaders. Rather than doing they're creating an instance of their engine config and doing this, that's just kind of silly. And also most likely wrong, because you're going to create, I mean, it's a static instance, so they're not really, yeah, this has no business being here. We're creating an instance of something like this, just like, or really getting an instance, but you're still, just pass it in. It's a static method. It really shouldn't be doing crap like this if you can help it. It's just bad form. Compiler, handle. Compiler options. Okay. So try how to handle shader C. Power initialize. Options initialize. All right. What else? options. So if debug shaders, then shader C, compile options, set generate, debug info. Shader C, compile options, set optimization level. Zero. Set source language. Oops. Meter C source language GLSL. Okay. Result status. Shader C. Shader C compile into SPV. Compiler handle. Code type. Shader GLSL. Is that correct? Shader GLSL? Main options. I guess it's just an internal, it's just a, yeah. I guess this doesn't really matter because it's just going to give you the bytes back that you then write to whatever file you want, so yeah. If shader C result get compilation status status does not equal C dot shader C compilation status success. New runtime exception. Shader compilation failed. C shader C results get error message. Status. Okay. Gotta be logged as well. I don't have a logger in here. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I can always catch exception. Byte buffer buff equals shader C. Shader C result get bytes. And now shader code equals new bytes buffer dot remaining. Okay. And we're releasing it in the finally. C compile. Compile options release. Alert release. Okay. And then just return shader code. Alright, and then compile shader if changed. Alright, public static void compile shader if changed string gls shader file let's type try GLS shader file. What are we doing here? SPV. If SPV file exists or the last modified is greater than SPV file last modified. Okay. I wonder if there's a Commons, Apache Commons that would just do this for me. Not that there's anything really difficult there, but I don't particularly like checking the last modified on things because that tends to be different from one operating system to the next, but I would actually feel better doing like a hash of the file, like a SHA. You could even do an MD5, but like a SHA-256 hash of the file, of both files, and then just comparing that and saying, yes, this is different. Although, the only problem with that is you can't compare the two because they're going to be different. You'd have to store the SHAs in another file and just read them in. That's probably even a better way of doing it. It's just like have a JSON file in the directory that just has the hashes of all the shader files, both the existing file and the both the GLSL and the SPV file, and then run the SHA of the individual files and see if they even need to be compare it. You can load that whole JSON file up and just do a comparison as you go through, but this will do for now, I guess. File, what is the GLSL file? Let me think here. So Apache Commons file utils. Do we have anything? I count the displays. Oh, this actually has a checksum. Like I said, I mean, you might as well use what's out there. do a checksum file. I don't think the checksum's not really gonna help, but doing a digest of it would probably be good. Copy directory, content equals copy file, copy to directory, create parent directories, current, delete, force. This directory is file newer. Tested the specified file is newer than the specified chronological local date at the end of the day. Is file newer? Here we go. Is file newer? File. That's like, I figure they're probably getting there. Tested the specified file is newer than the reference file. Boom. This is just Java IO file. Yeah. I mean, why the hell not? File utils. Use what you got out there. So I still need to do, GLSL file is new file, GL shader file. Our SPV file is new file. GLS shader file plus SPV. Right, and then I wonder, what if it doesn't exist? Null pointer exception if the file or reference file is null. Unchecked IO exception if the reference file doesn't exist. Okay, so I gotta check that myself. Alright, so let's check that first. So we say if not SPV file exists or file utils oh, do I not have Commons IO? I don't have Commons IO in here, do I? I thought I had Commons IO. I guess I haven't used it yet. I have Commons Lang, Commons Exec, and Commons Collections. Okay. Commons IO version. I'll have to see what the latest Commons IO version. Maven repository. This one. 221.0. I got that. Wait, Commons Exec. There we go. Down here. Go and we'll do Maven some projects and then Maven download sources of documentation. Good. All right. So now we should have file utils. Yep, here we go. Got your Commons IO. Dot is file newer? And we do SPV file and then GLSL file. Wait, no, sorry, other way. Reference file is, wait, is file newer? It's file of which the modification date must be compared. Reference the file of which the modification date is used. True if file exists and has been oh, it's only if the reference file doesn't exist. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So true if file exists and has been modified more recently than the reference file. So this should be GLSL file and then SPV file is the reference file. Yeah, okay. So I did that right. So GLSL and SPV file. we go. So we say var shader code equals wait, why is that suddenly a string? Oh, because we're passing it to compile shader. Oh. But then we're taking that shader code. Oh, because it takes a char sequence. Okay, I see. We're just calling files read all bytes. Okay, so new string we're gonna do files read all bytes. So file to path and make sure it's UTF-8. Share code and then compiled shader code equals compile shader code and type and then debug shaders. Right, and it's just writing it out. Files write SPV file to path compiled shader code. Else. Oh, that's just yeah. Well, all right. I don't have a logger in here right now, so doesn't matter. All right. Catch IO exception E. Throw new runtime exception E. Works for me. All right. Cool. What's going on here? Can be replaced with files read string. Oh, yeah, then do that. Go for it. Go for it. Does this take a... Reads all content for file and string decoding from bytes to characters using a UTF-8 code set or char set. Okay. Cool. This method ensures that the file is closed when all content has been read and an IO error or other runtime exceptions. Okay. Excellent. This method is equivalent to read string pass standard char sets UTF-8. Okay. Awesome. That works. That works. Cool. Okay, so our shader compiler is done. Where did I if there's to do. Pipeline, create shader modules. Create shader modules. Alright, so some plumbing to do there, but that's fine. So then, get rid of this. And we can look here. So I've got everything done in this folder then. So model is done. So the only other thing then is to do the wiring. Like finish the to-dos, which is just all the wiring basically. And then we gotta do everything in the engine folder here. Well, not engine config, but we gotta do the init data, render init, or yes, however we do that. We gotta get the data in there. Which I think I have a to-do around. So basically just clear up the to-dos and then I think we're good there. Where's the shaders at? Should be in our resources, right? Huh. They all have, oh, here it is. Resources shaders. What is this? What is other, source main resources? Oh, they've got under a, what the hell, guys? They got under a different resources folder. That's literally what the source resources, whatever. I guess technically it's not part of the source tree, so they put it separately, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And I just have to do these shaders, which are, it's a nothing burger at this point. I might as well create the resources directory so I know it's there. Or, you know what? That can wait. It can wait. Good. Good. So let's go and commit what we have so far. More chapter 6 progress. Okay. Cool. So that is pushed out to the repo right now, hopefully. Yep. Had recent pushes 18 seconds ago. Awesome. All right. More chapter 6 progress. Okay. We're doing it. We're making it. It's moving along. So I think tomorrow night, we should be able to hopefully finish up chapter 6. Because just some wiring left, and hopefully no bugs. We'll find out. But yeah, we should be able to finish that up tomorrow, and then start to move on to chapter 7. And just kind of keep on making that progress as we can. Cool. Awesome. All right. That's going to do it for me for tonight, my friends. Ooh, 1:21 a.m. Man, time just kind of flies by when you're rolling along here. It felt good to be in the zone for a little bit, though. I'll tell you that much. Anyway. That's it for me for tonight. We'll back tomorrow night for some more coding. And then Sunday we'll be back to games. I'm not sure yet what I'm playing on Sunday. I'm kind of leaning towards probably Star Citizen. I have to. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It might be like some Star Citizen, and then if it breaks on me, we'll do something else. I guess is the way it's going to be. So that's that thought, and then next week we'll see. It'll be another toss up a little bit. Obviously, Thursday is a holiday here in the U.S., the Thanksgiving, so there won't be any stream then because I'm going to go off and have a home cooked meal for first time in months, and I'm going to enjoy it. Well, actually, at 1 month, so it's not been that long, but you know, it's long enough. And yeah, we'll go from there. I might even. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna do an afternoon stream, but if I'm in the mood, I might do an afternoon stream at some point next week, just because I'll have the time. But we'll see. It'll be probably a gaming stream though, and not a coding stream. But you know, again, we'll see. Anyway, my friends, if you happen to run across this either live on YouTube or as a recording, and you have a like and or a subscribe that you can spare and maybe toss my way, that'd be great and awesome, and I appreciate it. It helps out tremendously, and I am trying to gently push towards 500 subscribers, actually really 1,000, but towards 500 first. Let's take it one step at a time, and maybe get to a point where we can start to unlock partnership stuff over there. Otherwise, thank you so much everyone for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you later.
Who are you, and how did you get in here? I'm a locksmith, and I'm a locksmith.